Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first General Meeting of Council for the year 2026. I'd like to welcome all those in the gallery, all our councillors and senior staff, and those listening online. We've just had Australia Day, and it was wonderful to have our regional event in Proston, and we recognised over 70 nominees and award recipients. It was fantastic to see the wonderful volunteers across our region. But I also wanted to acknowledge our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ros Height, who was recognised with the Medal of the Order of Australia and OAM for in the 2026 Australia Day Honours List. So just wanted to congratulate Deputy Mayor Ros. It's fantastic to have someone in our region that was recognised, and I also wanted to acknowledge Keith Campbell, who was also recognised with an OAM, and he was the former mayor of the South Burnett Regional Council. And the other one I just wanted to acknowledge was the Amanda Johnson, an Anango State Emergency Services Group leader. She was recognised in the honours list with an Emergency Services Medal and ESM for Distinguished Service as a member of an Australian Emergency Services. So it's congratulations to all of those recipients, and also to all of our, particularly Eric Ford is our Citizen of the Year, and it was great to have all of those people, our wonderful volunteers, but also Sue Cox got the Mayor's Medal Award because she does an outstanding job, and it's a paid position, so that was a special award as well. But congratulations again, and it was wonderful to celebrate Australia Day right across our region. And thank you to the councillors, and our Parks and Garden staff had everything looking amazing as always. So welcome to the meeting, and so I'll call for leave of absence and apologies. I think we've got Councillor Danita Potter online, and so there's no other apologies or leave of absence? No. So I'll now call on Pastor Andy Duncan to offer prayers for the council. Thank you.
I just wanted to start by saying thank you for letting us pray for y'all, especially as you meet and begin the year. It is truly a privilege to be able to come and pray with you and pray for you. So thank you very much. I'd like to read a passage. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 14 says, "Without wise leadership, a nation falls, and there's safety in having many advisors." So thank you very much for your service, and let me pray for you. Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you that we have the privilege of being a part of the South Burnett region. And Father, I want to pray for these leaders. Lord, I pray for your wisdom and your guidance. Lord, I pray that you would give them insight into the decisions and choices and things that they need to discuss and work through and talk through. We pray that you would guide those conversations. We pray that you would give them discernment to understand the needs of the region, and Father, the courage to act with integrity and compassion. We pray that you would bless their work, that you would give them insight as they seek to be good stewards of the resources that we're blessed with. And God, we pray that your presence would bring healing and hope and joy to this region. Father, we pray that your presence would bring healing, hope, and joy to us as a nation. Father, may your love bind us in unity, and may your peace reign in South Burnett. And Father, we pray this, we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Andy. That was beautiful. Thank you for your special words. So now I'll call on Deputy Mayor Ros Height for recognition of traditional owners.
Thank Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet this morning, the Waka Waka country, and pay my respects to elders past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Do we have any declarations of interest? I think it's the first time we haven't had a declaration with declarations. So we move deputations and petitions. I don't believe we have any. So item 7, confirmation of minutes of previous meeting. That's on page 6. It's actually item 7.1, minutes of the council meeting held on the 17th of December. So the recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 17th of December 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. There's no mayoral minute notices of motion. So we've got item 9.1 on page 36. So that one there is Councillor Sander. I'll hand over to Councillor Sander.
I put in a notice of motion that the South Burnett Regional Council amend its procurement conditions to include recoupment for consequential damages by contractors where appropriate and conduct ad hoc auditing of works by contractors. The motion is that the South... No, that's...
So that is the motion. Is that... So, and that's seconded by Councillor Erkins. Did you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, there's just... we've seen some issues where some work had been carried out on either roadworks or even in cemeteries and other areas like that where there's been issues where some contractors have caused damage to council assets and just trying to recoup some of that for ratepayers, so ratepayers weren't bearing the costs of the repairs.
Thank you. Councillor Sander. Councillor Erkins.
I'd also like to draw to the attention of our community and our ratepayers that it's not just contractors, but it appears that some of our community members seem to think that it's a challenge to knock down guideposts. And I just want to draw to the attention that that costs a fair bit of money, and Councillor Sander can tell us how much per post it's knocked over to the community.
For every guidepost knocked down, it's around $67 to replace one guidepost.
So can I just ask our community, like all vandalism, you know, if you see something happening, please take their number plate and report it, because it's costing every one of us to go out and replace these things. And while I do know that sometimes people may be not that careful and knock them down, I do believe that a lot of the damage is caused by community members who seem to think that it's a sport to knock them down, and drawing particular attention to the roadworks between Nanango and Kingaroy. The council staff have had to go out, and the other night, a Saturday night, it was dark. Our guys were out there replacing those bollards to make sure that somebody doesn't have an accident, and it was quite a dangerous operation for them because it was dark. They're difficult to see on a dark night, and many of them were knocked down again the next day. So just remember, when you're doing something like that, the person that has an accident, it could be a family member of yours or a friend of yours, but if there's going to be an accident, someone's involved. So just ask people, if you see that happening, to please report it. Don't let it slide.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Height.
Yes, I'm supportive of this. I'm just a bit curious that the title of the notice of motion is completely different to the content. But I agree with Councillor Erkins. It comes back to care. We would like our staff, our community, our contractors to just take care. And, protect our assets and not think knocking things over is funny, because it costs us all money and we all want our region to look good. Currently looks very good with a lot of green grass and it's nice and green. So please take care. Whilst I'm supportive of this, I just don't want this to be a massive amount of red tape and onerous controls. But I think it should be, if somebody is a contractor, they should be under an obligation to do that job to the best of their ability and to take a bit of care and concern.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other speakers? And then I'll ask Councillor Sander to exercise his right.
Yeah, I just don't know whether we can change that, the initial notice of motion, to change that inspection of roadside guideposts to whether it be procurement action.
Yeah, it would change. The agenda is the agenda, so it doesn't change in the agenda, but we'll change it in the minutes to reflect the title. Yep.
And I guess that this sort of just across the board, there's a lot of vandalism. Even I know in some of the toilets and stuff like that. Like, if any of the public does see any of that sort of vandalism, or even breaking trees off or pulling plants out, stuff like that, it's things like that that costs the council and the ratepayers in turn. At the end of the day, it all comes out of the ratepayers. So, and what you walk past is something you accept. So if there's damages being done and people don't get in trouble for it, then it's just going to continue. So we're just trying to save the ratepayers' money, I guess, with motions like this.
Thank you, Councillor Sander, for raising that, because I 100% agree. It does cost us a lot of money, and some of the people, as Councillor Erkin said, they seem to think it's a sport, and but it costs everybody. So thank you for raising this important issue. So are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Yes.
Carried. Thank you. So the next item is 9.2 on page 39, and that is a notice of motion, and that's also Councillor Sander. So I'll call on Councillor Sander to put forward his notice of motion.
I was just wondering, so the original motion is that the South Burnett Regional Council install a culvert on Middle Road, Proston, approximately 50 metres from Highsville Proston Road as a matter of urgency. I'm just wondering if I could amend that and add it for investigation for the 2025-26 budget for the Capital Works program.
So yeah, we'll just
consideration.
change those words. Danielle, are you able to put that word change?
And I might even alter the word culvert, because after looking at it, it may mean that we just concrete a causeway there, or like improvements to that area of road there, because I believe it's been a constant issue for many years. I know Mayor Duff said that she was investigating it back probably 10 years ago. So
That's exactly right. So we'll just get the wording, and then I'll have someone like to second that. Councillor Erkins. That South Burnett Regional Council investigate improvements on Middle Road, Proston, approximately 50 metres from Highsville, Proston Road, and have it added to the capital works for consideration in the 26-27 budget. You happy with that wording?
Yep.
Councillor Sander. So did you want to speak to your motion?
yeah, I guess it's just the road was graded in that area there probably only a month ago, and then it rained the following probably week, and the road's back, like that area in that dip is back to worse than what it was before they graded it. And we said when we got elected in that we were going to try and improve some areas where I hate returning to certain areas and doing works 2 and 3 times a year and it costs the ratepayers money. Rather try and do something right and do it once and get out of there and have it fixed. So, but that's not the only area in the region that these issues are occurring. There's several. We picked up a few and started to complete some of those works. But yeah, just trying to reduce expenses, and I believe that if we did it right and did it once, then it would be solved and we could move on to other areas.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Height.
This comes back to, I think, the fact that council is a bit of a bureaucracy and the workers go out there and just fix the problem. And I agree with you, there's so many of these. And another example is Alice Creek Road, which is at the foothills of the Bunyas. It's a road with very low usage. It would probably need grading every 10 years. It's such low usage. But it's got a creek crossing, and every time there's heavy rain, it washes it out. And we have to send out a grader and gravel. And when you go out there, you can see the last 6 loads of gravel down the river. So yes, going in and doing betterment, but of course that comes out of capital instead of operating. So I think I would like us to investigate doing this, because I agree with this, and there'd be another 10 roads the same where we continually go back and patch it up. And really we need to, if you could just concrete 20 metres, you could fix it. And it actually would be a saving in the long term. So perhaps we could have a bit of a workshop on this and try and do these small jobs like this one. Sarum Road out at near Derail is another one. Whenever it rains, it digs out. They have to go and fix it, drive all the way out there to fix it, when if you fixed it once. So I'm happy to support this, but I would like it to add to this that we do a bit of a workshop on, can we look at these things and do more betterment rather than continue to repair things when we can fix them once and for all? I don't know.
Did you want to add
Manager
a
Aaron.
second dot point? And Councillor Sander, would you be prepared to accept a second dot point that said that we workshop? Is that intent? Sorry, CEO Mark.
It'll come up in the capital program, and Councillor Height, these are all those ones that you list are been on the capital long list for a long time. So yeah, so when you get into your capital budget, which is about to start, and certainly this year in talking to the Mayor, we will be having drive arounds and have a look at some of these sites as well. So the capital budget would be a great spot. So they'll be on they will be on the list in the capital program.
So we probably don't.
Proposed draft capital
Yeah,
program.
we don't need to change the motion.
No, you'll get an opportunity through the budget process.
Okay, through the budget.
Does
You happy with
GM
it?
Meehan want to comment on this? Is this achievable, that we can actually fix these things instead of patching them up, please?
Yeah, good morning, councillors. Through the Mayor, so we're currently working through our LRAP program. So as part of the budget workshops, we can run through that list, and we'd be happy to take suggestions on other places that we've missed or of interest. The biggest thing for us is similar to the long list, is how much time we spend estimating the costs and solutions for some of these, because obviously that takes up officers' time, and we are limited by resources and costs. So I think it's really around prioritising them and then investing into what's the solution for them. I would also note too that we've had a massive betterment program which was just about complete, which we'll be rolling out some media for shortly, where we have done a number of upgrades across the South Burnett for floodways, in partnership with the QRA to be able to address some of these things. I think it's just a matter of so much money and so many that you can do it once, and if they're on a list, at least if you're working to a plan, I think that's a good solution.
Thank you, GM Aaron. Any other comments? I'll ask Councillor Sander to exercise his right.
Yeah, in saying that as well, like I agree with Ros but I believe in the past probably 2 years, or since we've been in anyway, I've seen at least probably about 6 in Division 5 that have been upgraded for betterment. Like there was one on Finnemores Road, there's been one on Mount McEwen Road, and we've started doing, I know at the end of Houghton Street too, it was a simple, it was always a road and down one side of the street. It was just simple by adding some more gravel and tilting it the opposite way to try and get the water to shed out evenly across it to slow the water down, and it solved that issue. There's also been upgrades in some of the curb and channeling in the area where the garbage truck has been popping the curb out. There's probably been 4 or 5 of those in the Mergen area and a couple in Wondai as well. So I believe we're doing the right thing and trying to fix some of the issues that have been long-standing there. And it's hard because we don't have the budget for those things. But in the last year, we've seen a lot of upgrades to that. So it's a work in progress, but I believe, yeah, we can still chip away at things, because if you leave things build up, you're going to have 20 or 30 things, but if you keep chipping away and do 5 each year, it will maintain or reduce. So, yeah, fully supportive of that.
So, thank you.
Oh,
sorry, no, that's the, so Councillor Sanders exercised his right of reply. So we'll now vote. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Potter, I haven't seen your hand. Sorry, I didn't look.
No, I said
Right.
yes. to
Yes,
that vote.
okay, all good.
I did
So-
put my hand up earlier, but I didn't know if you saw it, so
Yeah, no,
I
thank
thought
you.
I'd say yes.
Thank you. So that was carried. So we're moving on now to the councillor divisional updates. So I'll go first if that's okay. So good morning and welcome everyone to the first of our council updates for this year. There has been lots happening already in council, including the opening of the Maiden World Transfer Station. We did not have a good start to the year on our state-controlled roads with a tragic accident. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of the 3 who lost their lives and to the little girl who was taken to hospital. There has also been some individuals and families impacted by floods and bushfires across the country, but we have been blessed in our region so far. I would like to thank our Parks and Gardens staff, our cemetery team and the slashing crews for their wonderful work, keeping everything looking neat and tidy over the Christmas period. It made me proud to see how beautiful our towns and villages looked for families, friends and visitors to our region over this time. We had some very successful Australia Day events across the region. The Council Australia Day Awards ceremony was held on Sunday at the Proston Town Hall. It was a great success, with over 70 nominees receiving certificates. Congratulations to all of the award recipients who truly make a difference to the lives of many. I had the special privilege of performing the citizenship ceremony for 13 new Australian citizens in Memorial Park in Kingaroy on Australia Day. Council's new Animal Management Centre will be officially opened on February the 14th, 2026, between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. There will be free microchipping for registered dogs on the day and for anyone who has a cat that is housed in the South Burnett. Please come along, enjoy the day and join us for a free sausage sizzle. Councillor Deb Deneen and I attended the recent Coolabunya sale where there were over 1,000 head of cattle. It was wonderful to see the upgrades to the yards that Council has funded. We are planning an official opening on Thursday, the 26th of February. We've been asked to hold a renewables public meeting because of the impacts of these on our community and issues with minimum setbacks and decommissioning. The date is set for February the 25th in the Cumbia Hall. In closing, I just wanted to remind community groups that Council's grants open this Sunday, February the 1st, 2026. And I look forward to working with everyone for another exciting year. Thank you. So now I'll call on Councillor Erkins for the Division 1 update.
Just want to shift my chair back a bit or I'll fall off it. Thank you. Good morning. I'm looking forward to the next 12 months and the opportunities they bring for our community. Overall, we have experienced very good seasons, and while the recent hot days have been challenging, particularly with Australia Day being especially hot, it's also been a time to reflect on the strength and spirit of our region. I would like to sincerely congratulate all those who were recognised in the South Burnett Region Australia Day Awards. It's truly inspiring to see how many people in our community give their time, effort and compassion to improve the lives of others. Their contributions highlight just how fortunate we are to live in a region where community spirit remains strong. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to work alongside such a supportive group of councillors. While we hold a variety of views on many matters, one thing we all agree on is the importance of working together as a team for the development and betterment of our community. And I'm looking forward to working this year again with the Youth Council, who are our up-and-coming decision makers. I would also like to sincerely thank all council staff who provide the support we need to effectively carry out our roles as representatives of our community. Their professionalism, dedication, and behind-the-scenes efforts are vital to the work we do and are greatly appreciated. Many local clubs and organisations are now wrapping up their Christmas celebrations and preparing to commence their activities for the new year. I look forward to catching up with a number of these organisations throughout my division over the coming months and continue to support the valuable work they do. While I do not wish to dwell on it, I feel it's appropriate to acknowledge a recent incident where someone entered my property and spread paint thinner over my car. This was understandably upsetting and raises concerns about personal safety and respect for private property. I'm extremely grateful for the overwhelming support I've received from my community. At the moment I first saw the damage, I admit I questioned why I work so hard to improve the lives of others, only to be faced with such actions. That feeling was short-lived and quickly replaced by appreciation for the kindness, encouragement and solidarity shown by so many. That support has reinforced why serving this community is worthwhile. I'm pleased to see Ringsfield continuing to become a stronger part of our community. Morning tea on Market Day will commence from the 7th of February, providing another opportunity for people to come together. On the same day, there will be several attractions of interest in Menango, the running of the motors at the Information Centre, and the Old Masonic Lodge in Fitzroy Street will be open for inspection for those interested in learning more about the contribution the Lodge has made to our community. I remain optimistic and enthusiastic about the year ahead and look forward to continuing to work alongside fellow councillors, council staff and our community to strengthen and enhance life across the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'll ask Councillor Linda Little for the Division 2 update. Thank you.
Welcome and Happy New Year, everybody. Very close to being the last time you're allowed to say Happy New Year, as it's very close to the end of the month. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm looking forward to a productive and very busy 2026. It was, as Kathy said, absolutely wonderful to go up to Maidenwell and do the official opening of the new waste transfer station. I've had the pleasure of being up there twice more since we've had that opening, and it really is lovely to drive into town and not see those skip bins on the side of the road. The town looks lovely. There's no rubbish dumped around the fences. It really has enhanced the livability of Maidenwell, and I've received quite a few emails from people thanking the council for all that they did to finally get that waste transfer station open. So thank you, everyone who was involved in making that happen. I'd also like to thank our slashing crews who are very busy doing a great job keeping our roadside grasses down. It's optimum grass growing weather at the moment, and it is a big job. Really appreciate that we get to see some of the guideposts that are actually standing up and not be covered in grass. Division 2 has recently had a lot of reseals happening around the area. And I would just like to take this opportunity to remind people to take care and be considerate of our roads crews and our traffic controllers. I understand that this type of work can be disruptive to normal routines and travel times. But our workers deserve to work in a safe environment and And if you can follow the directions of our traffic controllers, everyone will be able to go home to families at the end of the working day. I'm extremely disturbed by the actions of a person or persons responsible for the destruction done to Councillor Erkin's car over the weekend. This sort of behaviour is absolutely not acceptable by any standards within our community. And if anyone has any knowledge of the persons responsible, please contact the police. The annual Australia Day Awards held at Proston on Sunday was a great success, and I had many people come up to me on the actual Australia Day on the 26th who attended the award ceremony at Proston and were really impressed with how it was run and how quick it was. They've been to award ceremonies in other regions where it's hours and hours. So, and thank you so much, Proston Hall, for having air conditioning. It was so hot. So Division 2 were very well represented in the winners categories. We managed to get Community Group of the Year, the Young, Young Citizen of the Year. I don't know what I've written here. A couple of local achievers and a Lifetime Achievement Award recipient as well. So thank you to every one of the nominees and the winners for all you do to make this region a wonderful place to live. I too am looking forward to working with my communities over the next 12 months, and I am already receiving invitations to AGMs and meetings all over Division 2. The next big thing for Blackbutt Aged Care is the Comedy for a Cause night on the 14th of February. This was postponed last November due to severe weather and the comedians not being able to attend. So even though we did stay and have a little bit of a party on with the people that managed to get to the hall, it is being run again on the 14th of February in the evening, and it's open to anyone to come. So get online and have a look for Comedy for a Cause and come and support the Blackbutt Aged Care. Again, as always, thank you to all the staff who helped to make our jobs so much easier as councillors. We really do appreciate everything that you do for us, and see you next month.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Now hand over to Councillor Danita Potter, who's Division 3 update, and Danita is online. So welcome to Councillor Danita. She's out of action because she's just had a double knee operation, but she's been amazing so far with even attending the Australia Day Awards ceremony in Proston and also the one in Kingaroy. So hand over to Councillor Potter.
Thank you, everyone. As you can see, I'm doing it from the comfort of my lounge chair today with my knees up, with my legs up. I'm trying to follow my doctor's orders, but I'm not very good at following orders sometimes. So, look, as I said, sorry I can't be there in person, but there's so much I would like to thank people for over this last 12 months. It's just been a wonderful year working with the council, and then I'm looking forward to 2026, working with the council as well and working with the community and the many community groups that I'm involved with. So we've got a lot of work to do ahead of us with the different community groups, but I'm sure we'll get there, so which is wonderful. I'd also like to thank the 40 plus organisations, individuals and businesses who sent in letters of support for the All Cancer Care nurse, and I'm hoping now that we can change the minds of McGrath Foundation and Queensland Health. So fingers crossed for that one. Huge congratulations. I know it's been said before, but you can't congratulate people enough as far as I'm concerned, and especially to all those nominees. You really do deserve it. We are an amazing community with amazing people. So thank you to all of you who got nominated. And there are a lot more that didn't get nominated that possibly should have been in there, but there's always next year's nomination. So please keep that in mind for the 2027 awards. I would also like to say thank you very much to Proston. It was great, and you're right, Linda. to have that hall air conditioned. It was really good that day. I probably need to do a special shout out to Bree and the exec services for organising that day, because these things don't happen on their own. And with our council staff there in the background organising everything, so a huge thank you to Bree and all the exec services staff involved in that one. I'd also like to thank for the Kingaroy Australia Day, the Tabinga Lions Club. I was lucky enough to be on the organising committee with Tim and Deb and the team. And I'd also like to thank the Kingaroy Rotary Club, the Quota Club, Amanda May, and the amazing Scouts and Guides. So many vintage vehicles we had there at Kingaroy. It was just fantastic. And the Ulysses Club. And I'd be very remiss of me to do a bit of a shout out here to our CEO, Mark Pitt, and our Parks and Gardens staff, and especially Matt McMurdy, because they did actually fix up one of my mistakes that I can't say I made it because I didn't actually do it. So, but thank you very much to Mark and Matt McMurdy for helping me with Australia Day. It's very much appreciated. And I'd like to thank everyone for attending. The Kingaroy Memorial Park was packed with all the Ulysses Club and all the vintage displays of the vintage trucks. It was just an incredible morning. Eric Ford was there, of course, so it's wonderful to have Eric there, who was the winner of the South Burnett Awards. So congratulations to Eric. And while we're on the subject of Eric Ford and the Kingaroy Men's Shed, a plug for the Dinner Under the Stars, which is on Saturday, the 28th of Feb. So have a look out for those tickets coming up for the Kingaroy Men's Shed. I do want to do a shout out to our Youth Council. We do have an amazing Youth Council, and also Michelle, who helps run that. She's just incredible. But we've got some new applicants for Youth Council, which is coming up later, and it's really good. And this year, after speaking to Rebecca, we do want the Youth Council to have more involvement with our council. So I'm looking forward to the Youth Council and the South Burnett Regional Councillors having more connections there with the Youth Council, which will be really good. So the 14th of February, Valentine's Day. Now, won't that be a perfect day to pick up your new love, otherwise known as a fur baby? So I think that just works perfectly for the Animal Management Centre Open Day. So it'd be really good to see you all out there for that, for the Animal Management Centre on the 14th of Feb. And with that being said, I might sign off on my report. So thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Danita. So I'll hand over to Councillor Deb Deneen for the Division 4 update. Thank you.
Good morning all. Thank you for the privilege of doing this again. Welcome to another year in the South Burnett. The rain over Christmas has been so welcome, and it hasn't even been excessive, which is great. I'm looking forward to another year working with this wonderful council team, including my fellow councillors and our wonderful staff, because you guys make it so much easier than it could be. Wonderful weekend last weekend, Speedway Kings Royal. What a great committee they are, what a great event. How many hours of fun, and how much money did they put into the region? I hate to think it would be a lot of money because there was a lot of people there. We didn't even go in the, I think Mayor Cathy actually offered to go in the mascot race, but there were quite a few of them in it already. There is, probably on a more serious note, a huge housing boom in our region, which is wonderful for some already in the market, makes it difficult for others who have trouble entering the market, and it continues to see people who are homeless struggling to even stay safe, be comfortable, and have the basic necessities that we consider Australians should have. So our hearts go out to them sitting in this heat when we can go home and put an air conditioner or a fan on, and there are still so many people who don't have that privilege. Looking forward to some upgrades in infrastructure, because we're serious about trying to make this a better place to live. We talk about what we can do with the small amount of money we get from the feds, and we have a lot of projects that we talk about, we prioritise, and we try and bring to fruition. So I'm very looking forward to the footpath on Tasman's Road being finished, because it's quite a long footpath. It's been a long project, and thank you very much for your persistence, our staff. Wonderful Valentine's Day, as Councillor Potter mentioned. We have the open day at the Animal Management Centre out here in the airport complex. Our staff are doing a beautiful job there. I do call in occasionally to pat the dogs and try not to take one home and look at the beautiful cats they have. They are just such dedicated staff, and they are absolutely have their heart in it. And it's been a huge success for our council, because we debated this when the RSPCA chose to go another direction, and I'm so glad that we took it on, and thank you to everybody involved, because right from our manager Simon, thank you, and the whole team, they've been fabulous. That day, well, you can come to the animal management in the morning, and then you can go to the races at Nanango, Valentine's Day. It'll be a fairly special event, and then you can go to the Comedy for a Cause. Gosh, that's going to be a big day, but that'll be lovely. So the joy of Australia Day for us, the Proston Hall, thank you so much to all of the volunteers that were nominated and the winners, congratulations, and thank you, as someone previously has said, to the ones who didn't get nominated, because our region runs on volunteers. It runs on people who get in and help, and we have so many of them. Memorial Park in Kingaroy was beautiful. Thank you to our Parks and Gardens team for our special Australia Day ceremony there. It went absolutely fabulously. As we've said, our exec team did a stellar job, as always, and the citizenship ceremony, it always brings me just a little bit teary, because it's so genuine and so beautiful, and that's what Australia is. It's multicultural, it's forward-thinking, and it's something that we all embrace and go forward together. So I'm so glad to be a part of this, and we look forward to the coming year working with our team and not even arguing very much. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Deneen. I'll call on Councillor Sander for Division 5 update.
Good morning, everyone in the gallery and online. And we probably will argue a bit, Deb. We don't think for a minute that we don't debate stuff and get heated in here, because we do. And most of the stuff is sorted out in the smoko room afterwards. So, not the car park. I get in trouble for that. I've attended many Christmas functions and New Year's functions and end of year events across Division 5. And on Sunday, it was great to host at Proston the Australia Day Awards, which is in Division 5, in one of the only halls that, Mergen and Proston are both aircon, so I'm happy with that at this time of the year. There was around 200 people in attendance at the Proston Hall, which was great. Every seat was filled, and we pulled out more seats, which was good to see. And I'd like to congratulate every nominee in every category. As the community, every nominee that was nominated by the community, as they recognised their contribution to the region. So it was good to see so many nominees. I believe it was 74. And it was a hard job to try and pick just one out of each category. But every nominee was worthy of it, of receiving the award, but unfortunately there's only one winner for each category, but every person was worthy of that award. I'd also like to congratulate our Parks and Gardens team and Cemetery team for over the Christmas break. Something that this time of year you got the grass always growing and everyone wants holidays, but you can see this year there was a huge, I won't say increase in mowing, but it was probably targeted and scheduled better, and the areas like, I know Mergen, Wandai and Proston that I paid particular attention to were always neat and tidy, and if there was rubbish around it was picked up, and mowed and maintained, and we never got many complaints at all from overgrown areas over the Christmas break, which was good. And I did put up a post which received a lot of comment about our new cemeteries team, but if you just look at the cemeteries at the moment, they're our family members and friends that are in these cemeteries, and we as the council, we take pride in the cemeteries. So I just want to point out that I believe that we are on the right track now, and the cemeteries are looking better than they ever have. So please let us know if you have any concerns in that area, and we can, because we're still working through that process, so we can try and remedy those issues. We have been out on the roads. I took the general manager and manager of infrastructure out on the roads tour the other day. Some of the areas we looked at were the Highsville Gayndah Road, Middle Road, 10 Chain Road, the Proston Showgrounds, Manar Road, where we looked at upcoming maintenance works to be carried out on those areas. We also visited other areas like Silverleaf Road, Tipperary Road, Gessler's Road, Ferris Road, Finnemoors Road and Boat Mountain Road, looking at all the areas in between with drainage, erosion, blocked pipes, stormwater damage, damaged signs and damaged guideposts and road surfacing. So we're out there. There's a schedule in place for works and maintenance to be carried out in those areas and all the places in between. This time last year, we were repairing roads across the region from a huge rainfall event. I can remember between Christmas and New Year's last year sitting on an excavator filling roads just so people could get through. So it was good to get a bit of downtime off the machines this year, and we were hoping that we didn't get any flood damage again. So this year, for 2026, we're in a better position coming in to the new year. So hopefully everyone will see a positive outcome on most of the roads in the region. And I wish everyone a happy and safe 2026.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I'll call on Councillor Height for the Division 6 update. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. Welcome to the first meeting of 2026. And as a few people have mentioned, I'm glad we didn't have any incredibly damaging weather events, so touch wood, over the festive season. And it's good to see the area looking so green and hopefully all the guideposts up. I'd like to acknowledge that in January we had the 9th birthday of Wandai Park Run. Since Wandai started, and I'm very proud that I'm the event director and helped start it, that we have 3 other park runs in our region. We had only over 90 people at that birthday celebration, and they're fantastic community events. And I think the bit I love most about park run is you finish park run and you go and do something, and an hour later you drive past and there'll still be a group of people sitting around having a cup of coffee, which is what park run is so good at. Yes, it's physical exercise, but it's also that social connection. So it's the most marvellous initiative ever and huge value to our region. A few people have mentioned Australia Day, and it was huge, and I'm so proud to be part of a community where so many worthy recipients are acknowledged. And for each worthy recipient, there's another 10 that haven't been acknowledged, so I thank them all. We had a huge breakfast in Wandai with over 200 people, and because we get Australia Day grant funding, we had the Wirrawaka Dancers and the Wandai Town Band, who are both great supporters of our community. And we could acknowledge the local achiever for Wandai, Carmel Olson, who's volunteered and runs the St Vinny's there for 30 plus years. And I'd like to acknowledge John Dalton from Warrulan, who was the local achiever for Warrulan, who does a huge amount with golf and football. I'd like to congratulate the Cumbia Hall. I went out to Cumbia briefly, and they acknowledged the local achiever there, Joe Shaw, who's one of those people who, the more you put into the community, the more you get out. And he's one of those quiet achievers who gets a lot done. And also acknowledging the Cumbia Hall for their nomination for the Back to Cumbia event. They had a very Australian event out there with yabby racing, campfires, all sorts of things, but it was a bit warm. I'd like to acknowledge the Hall Committee at Cumbia. With FRRR funding, they've actually installed solar panels and a battery. So should there be a power outage, there will still be power at the hall in the event of a disaster taking out electricity. At Wandai, we had Australia Day funding, as I said, so we had over 70 entries. People can come and paint, draw, sketch, whatever they want to on a boomerang, clapsticks, or a frame. And the prizes are all vouchers in the local businesses, so it's fantastic that we can support our local businesses. I also would like to acknowledge the destruction of Councillor Erkin's car. For an incredibly hard-working councillor, that was an absolute slap in the face, and it was disgusting. But I think it's actually made a lot of people realise that councillors are hard-working and they don't deserve that sort of behaviour. As Michael Hunter's just walked into the room, I will acknowledge the fact that I had the opportunity to visit my son in London during January and went to Ypres and the battlefields and saw the memorial to his great-uncle. Great-great-uncle? How many greats? One great? One great. And there's this magnificent memorial called Brothers in Arms, which is the two great-uncles, one of whom died on the Western Front. And then I went to the Menin Gate, to their 8 o'clock service, and when they said where I came from, I almost said Nanango. I said near Nanango, near the Brothers in Arms, and with that they said, would I like to read the ode? So it was the most massive privilege to read the ode in the Menin Gate last post-ceremony that they have every single day at 8 o'clock. So I would like to acknowledge Michael Hunter's great-uncle. So I wasn't going to say that, but when Michael walked in, I thought, I can't resist the opportunity to say that. So I'm looking forward to the year ahead, and I think we'll have a great year, and I'm really pleased that I think we are kicking some goals. We'd like to do everything, and we can't because we don't have the funds for it, but we do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. Which is item 11, which is business outstanding on page 42. So it's, the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any questions? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 57 of the report, resolution 2005, application for the permanent road closure relating to unmaintained section of Tim Shea Creek Road. Just this morning, I got an email from the people involved in this resolution, and this was decided on in October's meeting what we would do, and they have yet to hear anything from the office according to the email I received this morning. So they must have seen online that this was in the minutes for today's meeting, so they've asked me to find out when they are going to have any correspondence from the council, please.
So, General Manager Aaron, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, the Mayor, I'll follow that up for you, Councillor Haven. If that's the case, I'll follow that up myself. I did sign those road closure forms last week for the actual DNRME, so I'll find out why they have not been corresponded with. I'm happy to take that up.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Dineen.
Page 48, the Animal Management Centre, where we're going to investigate opening on Saturday. Just happening through you, Madam Mayor. We have the manager here, so he'll know. Also, the senior animals adoption fee, the pensioner discount. Yeah, how is all that going?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to opening on Saturdays, we are going to bring a report back to the February Council meeting on what that was like, costings, those sorts of things. So that will come to the February Council meeting. With the adoption fees and the concessions there, so they've all been put in place. So they're currently in our fees and charges register. So they're all running as we speak.
Thank you so much, General Manager Kerry.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen and General Manager Kerry. Are there any other questions around the business outstanding? Everyone's happy? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is 12.1 on page 65, which is the ALGA National General Assembly call for motions for 2026. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council resolves to submit the following resolutions to the National General Assembly of Local Government. Number 1, this National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to cover all costs for the bomb equipment located at airports. Number 2, this National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to instruct the bomb, that's the Bureau of Meteorology, to conduct an immediate update on progress with the multi-million-dollar Australian Government program to improve the state's flood warning network and include the bridge flood cameras network. And number 3, this National Assembly calls on the Australian Government to restore the financial assistance grants to 1% equivalent of the Commonwealth taxation revenue. And number 4, the National Assembly calls on the Australian Government to consider a consistent national approach and a legislation that ensures decommissioning of renewable energy sites is funded by the energy proponent and that greater setbacks are put in place to protect the health and amenity of residential properties adjacent to the renewable energy site. Number 5, this National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to cover all expenses and running costs for the Bureau of Meteorology, the bomb weather equipment located at regional airports and aerodromes. And number 6, the National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to coordinate a national response to the housing crisis with particular focus on removing restrictive legislation. So there are 6. There's been a couple of changes.
Yeah, number 1 should drop out. Feedback from the councillors yesterday was to change the all costs because, in case anyway, yeah, so the amended wording for number 1 is there now.
So the number 1 has been changed. So that one is going to be, this National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to cover all expenses and running costs for bomb weather equipment located at regional airports and aerodromes. Is that correct? Yep, okay. So that one's been changed. So is,
Can I just ask, Madam Mayor, for the benefit of our community, can you tell them how much they were charging us, the latest account?
so I'll just hand over to CEO Mike because he knows the exact figures.
Yeah, almost the exact figure. It's about 76,000, Mayor. It was a publicly released number through media. Was a 23% increase in the last 12 months.
So yes, it's a very significant increase. And so I think it's a worthwhile one to take forward. So any other, so I'll ask someone to move that Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Sander. Did anyone want to add it? Oh, Councillor Potter. Did you? Sorry.
No, I was just raising my hand to second it, that's all.
Oh, okay, sorry. Is everyone happy with those resolutions?
Yes.
Councillor Sander?
So just for the benefit of everyone that didn't see what number 1 was previously, it was, the wording of it was just for the bomb equipment. So yesterday we discussed that because the running costs and everything are incurred by council, like we were paying the 77,000, close to 77, for many years, just to have the Bureau of Meteorology equipment there and have it so that so BOM could have it for the public.
Thanks, Councillor Sander. Councillor Erkins?
Yes, just further to that, it's like many things that either the state government or the federal government are putting onto local government, and we're the ones that are having to carry all these costs, and it's very frustrating and very expensive for a small community. So
100% agree. So any other motions? Everyone's happy with that group that we're taking to the National General Assembly? So we've already got a mover and seconder, so we're ready to vote. Councillor Sandy, are you ready to vote? Okay. Put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Yep.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is item 12.2 on page 67, confirming council's attendance at the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit, National General Assembly, Local Government Association Queensland Annual Conference. So that's on page 67. And so in this one, we'll have to decide who wants to go to those particular conferences. So we've already talked about the first one would be Deputy Mayor Councillor Ros Height and myself, I think, attending the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit. That should be Leaders Summit 2026. Is everyone happy that the Deputy Mayor and myself attend that one? So the next one is the LGAQ Annual Conference. So that was going to be Councillor Danita Potter, Councillor Jane Erkins, Councillor Heath Sander, Councillor Deb Deneen, and Councillor Deputy Mayor, but also myself. I'm not on there either. Yeah, so we need to leave the Deputy Mayor, be Councillor Ros Height, and Mayor Cathy Duff. So then the next one is the National General Assembly. So I spoke to Councillor Little last night because she'll be the Deputy Mayor. I thought that Councillor Linda and Councillor Deb could attend the National General Assembly, and I would do the same as I did last time and let the Deputy Mayor lead the motions, because you only get one person to vote, and I thought, well, as you were going to be the deputy, and because of your political persuasions, that might be a good politically smart move. So is everyone happy with those attendants? So then we've got the next one is the Bush Council's Convention. So that would be Councillor Jane Erkins, Councillor Linda Little, Councillor Deb Deneen, and Councillor Danita Potter. So, and Councillor Sander, did you want to attend that one? Oh, and Councillor Sander. So is everybody happy with those? So the reason why we want to do this early is because it's hard to book accommodation and flights and things like that. So if we can get this right first up, because we don't want anyone to pull out, because then we lose that funding. No, I think so. Just take me out of ALGA. So everyone happy? So I'll ask someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor
I'll second it.
Sander. Any further discussion? Councillor Potter, did you want to say anything?
No, I'm good. I'm happy, very happy with that, because I get my 10-year certificate at the conference.
That's why we're all going, so we can help to acknowledge you when you receive your 10 years service certificate. So that's a very important occasion for you, and 10 years is quite a long time in local government. So congratulations on that one. Oh, so Councillor Little will be here to hold the fort. Okay, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. The next item is the BIEDO Quarterly Report, item 12.3 on page 69. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council receive the BIEDO Partnership Report for the period October to December 2025 for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, and seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion, questions? Councillor
No,
Hyde.
just like to acknowledge, I think Baiudo are doing a good job representing us across the region, and they work very hard on a bit of a shoestring, but they're doing a great job.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. I'm also going to get, I've already asked Baiudo if they would help promote the renewable meeting in Cumbria, so they're going to support that one as well. So we've got no questions. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Yep.
Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 13.1 on page 77, the monthly financial information, December 2025. So the officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works program as at 31st of December 2025, be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. I'll just hand over to GM Kerry to give us an update on our financial situation.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash and cash equivalents at the end of December amounted to 63.79 million, with around 32.8 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 24% of the amended budget, or up to 38.4% when taking into account current commitments. Recurrent revenue is currently sitting at 53% of the amended budget, and recurrent expenditure is sitting at 56%. Finance are currently working with departments on the second quarter budget revision, which will be presented to the February council meeting. At the end of December, outstanding rates payable is sitting at 4.26%, which is below council's target of 7%, and approximately 43% of those properties with rates outstanding are currently on payment plans. Finance would like to advise ratepayers that the next 6 monthly rates levy will be sent out in late February, with an expected due date of early April. Exact dates will be put out through council's media channels in the coming weeks. I now present the December monthly financials to the chamber for their information.
Thank you, General Manager Kerry. So I've got a question from Councillor Sander.
There's 3 questions on notice, if I could please, Mayor. In the other spend, there was an amount of $36,171.96 paid to a company. I just want to get a breakdown on that, please. There was also another one to the same company for $5,423, and it just had Bix Road beside it with a question mark. I just want to question that. And then there was another one to another company for $216,470 for stormwater chambers. I just want to break down on that, please.
So, General Manager Kerry, are you able to give the breakdowns now, or did you want to take that as the questions on notice?
I believe General Manager Aaron knows some information about your Bix Road one, so he might be able to answer that one. Any of the others, we will take that on notice and get the information and send through.
Thank you. General Manager Aaron?
Yeah, through the Mayor. So in the consultant contractor spreadsheet you provided with, there was an engagement for a road safety audit of Bix Road to be done on where the fatal accident was under, I think it was last year. So there's been a road safety audit done for that, and that's currently being reviewed by the team.
Would that be in relation to the accident that occurred on that road?
Thank you. So we've got 2 questions on notice, and so are you happy that they be brought back to you, Councillor Sander?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions on the financial information? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 13.2 on page 121, the 2026 Youth Council nominations. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council endorse the 17 nominations received for the 2026 Youth Council, endorse Councillor Danita Potter as the Council Representative for Youth Council 2026, endorse Councillor Jane Erkins as the Council Representative for Youth Council 2026, and I believe endorse Councillor Linda Little as the council representative for Youth Council 2026. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any speakers? Councillor Erkins.
Councillor Potter.
Oh, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this is great because, as I said earlier, that we're looking to have the Youth Council connect with council more. I had a chat to Rebecca, to Manager Bainton about this one, and it's something that we really want the councillors and our Youth Council to actually come together more in a more inclusive way. Because I think this is really great. So thank you very much, and we're just really blessed to have some amazing people apply for Youth Council.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. It's wonderful to have 17 nominations. That's fantastic. So, Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that. It's a great range of age groups as well. So it's starting from the younger and going through to more mature youth. So, and in saying that, I'm not saying that the younger ones aren't mature. They're very mature, as some of them we all found out last year when they came in and spoke to us. But I do know that Councillor Potter has been very keen to get councillors to come and interact with the Youth Council. And they're an amazing group. I sat in on some of the, what do you call it? Interviews, that's right. And they really are. And also from a great, across the region. So, you know, I'm really confident. And, you know, I don't think many of us here have got teenage kids still at school. So this gives us an opportunity to get the views of those kids, you know, aged from 13 to 20, because, you know, sometimes your own kids grow up and get away and you don't really understand. But really a great response to it, and really looking forward to the coming year.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen.
It sounds like it's just been so good for those young people and for us, and it will be even better in the future. And how good is that going to look on their resume when they start going to look for a job? Can you just confirm what the age is? I thought it was 13 to 25, but is it 13 to 20?
We don't have any 25-year-olds, but
yeah,
I think we've got up to about 20.
They are able to,
yep.
So, yep, that's great. Really good. Thank you.
So just also wanted to remind the councillors that everybody is welcome to attend. All the councillors are able to attend those meetings. It's just we've got those representatives who are going to be attending, but definitely welcome and open it up to all councillors, because as has been said, they want to spend more time with our council group. So thank you. And so we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 13.3 on page 123. And that one's a development permit. So the officer's recommendation is that council approve the development permit for a material change of use for shop and service industry at 48 to 50 King Street, Nanengo, and described as Lot 137 and Lot 138 on N231, subject to the following conditions. And there's a list of conditions. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Ros.
We raised this in a brief discussion yesterday, and I do have concerns about the objection, so I'd like to move that we lay this on the table. Do we need to vote for it first and then lay it on the table?
So if you're moving that, that's a procedural motion.
Yep.
So Deputy Mayor Ross has moved that. Someone to second it. There's no discussion on a procedural motion. Councillor Sander has seconded that and put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Potter, did you vote? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yep, thank you. That was carried unanimously. So that item is going to lay on the table. So the next item is 13.4 on page 176. just have to say that I think this is going to be the quickest meeting we've ever had. And we've almost,
Don't talk too soon.
we're right through and we're almost finished by morning tea. So page 176, and this one is list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. The officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as at the 19th of January 2026 be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion, questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Yep.
Carried. So the next item is item 13.5 on page 181. And the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council note and receive the Delegated Authority report for the month of December 2025. And there's a list of delegated authorities for that month. So someone to move that? So I'll ask Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. So any questions, comments? Councillor Height.
Just with the major electricity infrastructure at Alice Creek, can I get an update on that, please? Is that a Simon?
So Manager Simon.
Through the Mayor, sorry, we may have to come back to you on that. That was noticed. I need some more information before I can answer that one, please.
Thank you, Manager Simon. Any other questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 14.1 on page 183, and that's a request for consideration of financial contribution from removal of trees. So that's on page 183. So the first item is that matter be lifted from the table. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, and seconded by Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you.
I'll take Councillor Potter. So
Yep.
That's a procedural motion, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Sandy, you didn't vote. So all those in favour? Against? Carried. So now the item is that South Burnett Regional Council approves a financial contribution of $1,925 to Kingaroy Cricket Club. Oh, so we go to the amendment first, don't we? So we go to the amendment first. So that was, so it's, the amendment was that South Burnett Regional Council approves a financial contribution of 25% to Kingaroy Cricket Club for the removal of trees at Lower Vidler Oval, Kingaroy, and this be funded from the Community Grants Fund allocation. And that was moved by Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Deneen. So Councillor Height, did you want to speak to that one?
I'd like to vote against it.
Okay, so it's not going to go so well then if the mover actually doesn't support it. Okay, so any other comments, questions, discussion? If not,
Can I please ask a question, Mayor?
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, so with regards to something along this line, if we did give them money and it came from the community grant fund allocation, does this mean that they would not be liable to put another community fund application in for, when it's open in February?
So is that right, or because we're doing this, it's not in the policy in any case? Is it an exception? I'll ask CEO Mark to comment on that one.
Yeah, Mayor, you would have to probably, if the amendment gets voted down and we end up in this space and the substantive resolution, you would probably need to clarify that part of it. There's an exception to the process, just in the extra wording. Otherwise, I agree they wouldn't be eligible.
So
Okay.
we could put a dot point that it was an exception to the policy. Okay, so are you happy with that answer, Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
So any other discussion, questions around the amendment? So I'll put that one to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? So the amendment has been lost. So we move back to the original motion. The original motion is that South Bennett Regional Council approves a financial contribution of $1,925 to Kingaroy Cricket Club for the removal of trees at Lyle Vidler Oval, Kingaroy. But I think, that's the... Should we say where that contribution has come from? CEO Mark? In the motion, it just says that contribution.
So, Mayor, if we're looking at the community grant budget to, as per the amendment, which was signalling an intent, we just would need to add similar sort of wording to the end of it, that it'd be funded from the community grant allocation as an exception payment.
So Councillor Potter, you were the mover of that. Are you happy for that to be put at the end of your motion?
Most definitely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And Councillor Lindo was the seconder. Are you happy with that additional wording? Okay. So Councillor Potter.
Yeah, so as we spoke about this last time, this is, they are a club that puts so much into our community and so many different organisations, and they actually even help other organisations with, and support them. So I think this is something that we can do as a council. I can't see any reason why we can't do it to help the Kingaroy Cricket Club out.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I think we need another dot point to say that this is outside the normal community grants process.
Mayor,
Sorry.
can I just add to that? I was under the impression that discussions were the fact that they were actually dangerous, which was why they were taken out, and that's why we're doing it in this way, because it was dangerous. They needed to be taken out, and that's why they're applying for the funding after the fact.
That's right. So that's why I wanted to add
the dot point. Yeah.
the fund allocation was an exceptional payment due to the safety issue, safety risk. So, Councillor Potter, are you happy for that to be added to the end of that motion?
Most definitely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's perfect.
Councillor Little, are you happy with that?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Sander, you've got your light on?
Yeah, I also want to add that how far away is the tree policy, the one that was passed last year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are working on a draft policy at the moment. We would be keen to bring it back to council in a future workshop, and we would workshop it with council before we would be able to progress to finalising the policy. It is a new policy for this council, so most definitely needs to come to a workshop first. But yeah, I would suggest over the next couple of months we would be able to progress that. Just depends on how busy that schedule is for workshops. But yes, we would like to see that progress over the coming months.
Thank you, Manager Leanne.
I just wanted to add that we're all aware that every one of us in our divisions has got issues with trees, even on council land, and we have no budget for that. So maybe that might be a discussion for the budget coming into June. Because there are other community organisations too that have issues with trees, so they are a danger across the region, and we need to really probably hone in on that and move on it.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. 100% agree. We need to get that policy right, and we need to be able to resource it. So, just a question to CEO Mark. So, is this going to be an exception? Because Councillor Potter asked the question before about whether they would be then eligible to apply for this round.
This is an exceptional payment, so this will allow them to apply next round, or
Okay.
this coming round, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so is everyone clear? So any further discussion? Ready to vote? Councillor Potter, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
No, I think we've discussed this enough over a couple of council meetings, so I'm quite happy to leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I say, okay, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
suggest morning tea, we've got a presentation at 10:30. So it's all but there. So by the time we close up and get people in.
So would someone like to move that we break for morning tea? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Yep.
Carried. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone, those watching online and those in the chamber, and Councillor Danita Potter, who's
Thank you.
in her at home, and so in a comfortable chair. So, would someone move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So the next item is the item 14.2 on page 190, application for funding under the Multicultural Connect Grants program for a stage at Memorial Park. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, 1, submit a funding application under the Multicultural Connect Grants program for the construction of a multicultural, multi-purpose entertainment facility in Memorial Park, Kingaroy, for a total project value of $1 million. And number 2, council contribute matching funds of $500,000 from the Kingaroy Swimming Pool and Memorial Park Precinct Restricted Reserves. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Deneen, and I'll take Councillor Potter as the seconder. Councillor Deneen, did you want to speak to the motion?
I am greatly looking forward to this project. It's been a long-held project at the heart of David Martindale, who passed away last year, and we've had plans with this from local community groups for a very long time, and we're so delighted that this is going to be a project that we hope we get. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Potter, did you want to say anything?
Actually, I think Councillor Deneen said everything, because David Martindale was, I suppose, the first person.
We can't hear you. Sorry, Councillor Potter.
Sorry, I didn't realise that. Yeah, so this is something that Councillor Deneen basically said it all, that, you know, David Martindale was one of the first people that sort of brought this to our attention, that this is something we need in our area, and it would be really good to sort of have something like this within the South Burnett for everyone to use. And I think the location that Baconfest had it, and that's the location we're looking at now for the stage, is one of the best, because it's been placed there by, you know, the professionals, people in the know, and sound engineers. So it's going to be fantastic if we're able to get the grant funding.
Thank you. Councillor Hoyt?
Yes, I'm very supportive of this. I know years ago I remember the high school band playing in Memorial Park, and that something like a stage would be fantastic. So I just have a couple of questions with it. It's 50-50 funding, so I think it's very important that we don't spend any more than our 500,000 So can I ask the staff, are we fairly confident we can do it for $1 million, or will we need to roll some of it over into a later stage if we haven't got enough money? Have you got your crystal ball ready on how much it's all going to cost?
So thank you, Councillor Hyde. And I'd also like to add to that question, is that the stage, or does it include lighting and other things around that as well? Manager Leanne.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. We're in early design stages, so we're preparing a concept design. Our initial scope of works is certainly to include a staged area, all accessibility, and most definitely lighting. The feedback that we have received from some of our local artists that do play on stages is, in most cases, they like to bring their own audio equipment to the actual performance, because they perhaps have certain sound systems and speakers and relevant items that complement their particular musical instruments. So we have received that feedback, but definitely lighting should be incorporated in the concept plan. The other components that we're looking at in the concept was a change room. We're very much aware that artists do like to change and prepare themselves and their costumes or outfits for a performance. But to complement that, they have certainly given feedback on a toilet would be appropriate as well. So because of the location of using or placing the stage in the far western end, it's quite a trip to make to the other end of the park if you're about to perform and you need to access a toilet. So we are proposing that we do put a toilet in this concept plan. My concern is always pricing. We are very much aware in local government that the building industry is increasing in its cost. We have received reports that there's a 40% increase in building materials this year. So we're no different to everyone else. We will see those costs come through in the concept plan, and we need to take that into consideration. Therefore, it is very important for us to stage the project, because we are aware that our initial expression of interest was for $1 million. So if the scope of work or the concept plan comes back with an estimate, and say that it comes back as an estimate of 1.5 million, then yes, we will be outside our budget and we wouldn't be able to afford to do it, unless council considered putting additional funding into the project. But at this stage, we would be proposing a project for $1 million, and in that we would certainly be preparing a budget where there could be 2 stages, if not 3, but say 2 stages, and or phases, I'll say that because it's about a stage, 2 phases to the project. And yes, we'd cost phase 1 and phase 2, and then council would make a decision going forward about whether or not you are able to do or both phases, or you can only do phase 1. So until we actually work through the concept plan, you don't really know what those prices are. We are aware that with the stage, as you get bigger in the stage, so the area of performance that's undercover, your costs continue to escalate. So obviously more concrete and more roofing. So for us, it's about just checking that that size is appropriate. There's no point building a stage that's way too small for our performances. So we will want to talk to some local performance or artists that would be utilising or potentially utilising the stage, so we get a good understanding of the area. But also we don't want to make something that's way too big and too costly. So we'll be taking that into consideration through the concept and the budget preparation process.
I've got another question.
Yes, Councillor
Then
Hyden.
the other sort of comment probably is I am supportive of this, but it does involve taking $500,000 out of the potential Kingaroy swimming pool development. So I guess residents have to be aware that we've spent a lot of money in this area. We did the basketball court finished last year and the year before, which was close to $1 million, 800,000. This is going to cost $1 million. Residents need to be aware that we're probably not going to turn around and replace the Kingaroy pool for however many million next year, and that this will, you know, put that back. Much as we'd like everything now, we can't do everything at once. Mark's going to comment on that. No?
Yeah, it's the Kingaroy pool wouldn't take your point, Councillor, and answering and not disagreeing with you, but those monies were put aside for the pool and precinct, and this is part of the precinct. And when the opportunity, I was trying to think which meeting, because we love a good meeting, and a sandwich, but as much as we love a form, the Kingaroy swimming pool working group is where the EOI came up. And it's probably just to preempt if there's a question, which would be a reasonable question. When the EOI was submitted, it didn't require at that point a council resolution, because it was just an EOI, and so council isn't committed to anything in this space. What it is now, okay, if we proceed to the next stage, which has been great, and the great work of the team to get to that. So with the multicultural side of it, we looked at certainly it complements our Kingaroy Memorial Swimming Pool Precinct Park. The Kingaroy pool, given the value of the project, won't and can't happen without grant funding anyway. It's just, even with borrowing, it wouldn't be recommended. It's beyond well, it's not beyond council's capacity. We have the capacity, I suppose, if we wanted to, but we also have other capital programs and other works across the region. So we actually do have to organise a trip out. We've had some very good support from Western Queensland councils that have, and we have in our head, and to flag it, that we would love to engage state and Commonwealth governments, and it'd be a third, so that everyone puts skin in the game and everyone develop it. Now that model has been shown to work in another council area, another Western Queensland council area, and they actually have done that. So yeah, it's not a disagreement with you. This out of that reserve, so the money's there. It's not new money. It's parked aside for these sorts of projects and precincts. the stage itself with the multicultural festival, and then so I went through the Kingaroy swimming pool working group, then the cultural committee that we have, advisory committee, and now it's reached this stage to get it to council. But the Kingaroy pool is going to be very grant dependent.
Yeah, absolutely, and we actually were hoping, and still are, that it can be our Olympic Games legacy project. So we've been working with some of the other countries that have swimmers and trying to establish a case that we can, as CEO Mark said, we can partner with federal, state and our council to get that swimming pool, because it is beyond us. Well, we're hoping that we can get grant money to support that project. I also just wanted to, so I know in the concept plan the stage wasn't in that particular area, it was meant to be in a different spot. My question, I guess, is because now the talk is to have it across way over on the other side, is that going to then mean a lot more cost, because you've got to put a toilet over there, you've got to put, I don't think there's adequate power over there. I know we have to do a power upgrade in any case, but I was thinking we need to do some community consultation around where that stage actually goes, because on Australia Day we had a fantastic event, but it was very hard to have the citizens all who were being who were doing their affirmations to become Australian citizens across that area, which is where the monument and the steps are, because it was challenging. And so I would think that if you had the stage way over the other side and we were trying to use that, if we didn't have toilets and things like that, it's too far away. So I just wanted to flag that, and I think in the original plan it wasn't over in that corner. I just was wanting to make sure we do some consultation around where that stage ends up being. But I guess my question is it going to cost more because it's potentially way over that other side?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you for your question. Any new infrastructure that we place on what we call the western side of the drain will be a cost to the organisation, because we don't have adequate power supply on the western side and we don't have sewage on the western side. So wherever the stage is in any location, we are going to have to upgrade the power, and we are going, if we decide that we're going to put a toilet with that stage, then yes, we will have a upgrade to the sewage, and that will be an additional cost. So we are working with Ergon at the moment to have a look at the electricity, because we did bring a new electricity supply into the basketball court area there. So we were trying to work with them on what that looks like, if we can come from there and continue around with electricity supply. So that's why it's important, the concept planning will look at all of those infrastructure needs and look at the costings of where we go with that. So to answer in summary, yes, there will be additional costs for new services and new infrastructure anywhere on the western side of the drain. So happy to go, and we certainly support the idea of community consultation with some of the artists and organisations that would use a stage area to get that feedback on suitability of location.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Councillor Sander?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because it says here on the Tuesday, the 21st of January, officers met and engaged with Hartech Group to do a detailed design. So there would have to be community consultation on where that, like, I'm worried that we're spending that money and then we got to go to the community, and then things could change where the location was going to be. So whether the detailed design shows where it's going to be located, or whether they're just designing the stage as a stage.
Manager Leanne, did you want to answer that?
Madam Mayor, just to comment on that, we certainly would, in a concept plan, we would really like to pinpoint the location, because obviously we're calculating the length of or the extension of electricity and sewer lines. So we'd like to take that into consideration and the costing. So yes, we have had some initial conversations with a few key community members, but I think just as we've discussed here today, I think we need to probably go a little bit further than that and talk to some other groups, even the school. I think that's hearing Ros talk about how the school band uses that area as well, and then potentially Kingaroy Orchestra. I think we could probably reach out to a couple of other community groups and talk to them as well about the design. So happy to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Sandhu, you
Yeah, I'm
complete.
just also concerned about trying whether there is enough depth in the sewer mains and that there to get that fall across from that area into the main is another, could be a major issue, or have to pump it, which would be another expense as well. So just
Probably need to consider all those things, yes.
Yep, so thank you for the comment. Certainly we're aware of that, and that's been in our discussions with Hardtech as well, and water and wastewater, just on what those options will look like going forward. So yes, thank you.
So I just want it noted that we, you know, I'm concerned that we've already got these guys to look at it without consulting with anyone. They'll design something costing money that we've got to pay for, and then it could be all changed, like without, no one had the discussion before engaging them.
So, Manager Leanne, so is that, so they've not advanced far enough that we can't still have community consultation around where that stage goes?
Most definitely, yeah. No, we've only just met just to talk about the site, the soil type, you know, talk about some of the new improvements that we've got down there on site, and just the initial discussions. As I said, we have had some discussions with some community representatives, but I think what I'm hearing is we need to just extend that out, so happy to do that.
Councillor Hyde?
I'd just like to comment that with the position in the master plan, there was a huge amount of community consultation about that. And personally, I think, you know, community consultation costs a lot of money. That plan included a stage in that position, fairly close to the Go-Getter Croquet Club building. And I'm a member of Go-Getters, but I'm not going to speak on behalf of them, but I'm fairly confident that if there was a major event like Bacon Fest, they're happy for people to use their shed. So I feel that by putting it in that position, there's some shade to the side, and there is the croquet shed that could be used as a change room if we can't afford to do it all at once. So I just feel that if we go back to the community saying, where do you want it, we're just rehashing it. But we certainly need to talk to people from the orchestra, from the high school performance, the musical people, on how big this stage should be. But I think we need to be a little bit careful about going back and rehashing a master plan which has already been approved in terms of the location of the stage.
Thank you. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, so the location of the stage has always been, I suppose, something that we've all talked about. And, you know, whenever we've talked about it, with David Martindale when he was still alive, you know, he always said that over in that far corner was the best acoustics for the place. I understand what Ross Hyde is saying, and thank you for that. But I do think that over in that far corner, at this stage is still the best, because then you won't have any issues with the trees, you know, branches falling and things like that, because they're all around. I just think that spot over in that far corner where the artists have already spoken and said it should be is the best. But I suppose groups like SB Arts and things like that should also be brought in on this discussion as well.
Thank you. Yeah. So I still believe we do need some consultation, but yeah, we do need to consider what Councillor Hyde has said about the original master plan as well. So that was a massive consultation process, and that plan cost a lot of money to put together. We actually won an award for the master plan. So it would be a shame if we didn't take some notice of that original plan. So but we'll certainly, still a work in progress, and obviously we're going to have some consultation around that. But it's great that we are at least into the second stage with expressions of interest and an opportunity to be talking about this today, and a wonderful opportunity to potentially have that stage that will be an amazing asset for the Memorial Park and for the whole of our region. So any other comments, questions? It was moved by Councillor Deneen. Did you want a right of reply, or are you happy to just go to the vote and put it to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Yep. It was carried with Councillor Sander voting against it, so 6 votes to 1. So the next item is item 14.3 on page 263. And this one is to do with the petition requesting road improvements to Allen Road, South Nanango. So this is the response to the petition. So the officer's recommendation is that Allen Road, South Nanango be scoped as a widening upgrade project and included onto the list of possible projects for future capital funding considerations, and any minor maintenance improvements be considered through the works operational budget. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that, Councillor Deneen. So did someone, General Manager Aaron, did you want to comment on this particular item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, so this is just in relation to the petition that we received for Allen Road. What officers would be suggesting that we would scope the road for consideration by council. Now, what we call our long list of possible capital upgrades. Obviously, council gets a number of requests every year, and we've had, that's what we do call it, a long list, with considerable amount of requests from the community to upgrade roads from single lane to 2 lane, also from unsealed to sealed, and like we saw this morning with Middle Road Culvert, we have a number of these that council need to consider. So what we suggest is that officers would go through and place an estimate on that and include that in the long list of projects for council to consider in the future for upgrades. Just in addition to that, we are planning to do some additional maintenance on the road, so there is some scheduled through Reaper, and we'll also just do a review of the signage there as well to make sure that it's appropriate to ensure that, if there's any improvements that we can make to improve road safety, then we would be happy to follow those up. But otherwise, that would be our recommendation for council, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, GM Aaron. To Councillor Hoyt.
I'd just like to make a comment that whilst I'm happy for people to put petitions in, I would like to think as a council that we have a system for assessing which roads need to be widened, improved, have capital upgrades, and we do that methodically, weighing up all the various factors on usage and demand, all the rest of it. I don't want residents to think the only way you get improvements to your road is if you do a petition, because that would be being very reactive, and I'd like to think that we're much more proactive than that. So it's probably just a comment.
Thank you, Councillor Hoyt. Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I just want to say that council were aware of Allen's Road, but just to let people know that there are a number of roads that have similar issues as Allen's Road with those single lane bitumen roads. And what happens is during, if there's a lot of rain or there are issues, and I know that Allen's Road have had the issue of sometimes if there's road closures coming from the Nanango, that traffic is diverted through Allen's Road, but the same goes for Berlin's Road and the same goes for Hazeldean Road. So there are a number of those roads, and maybe what we just need to do is make sure that if there is such an occurrence, that we make sure that it's inspected sort of pretty soon after that to see whether there is damage that needs to be rectified. But a lot of those single lane highways, and I know this came up at another meeting we had with residents, a lot of people, although Allens Road is a little bit of a thoroughfare from Brooklands Road through to Toorong Road, but a lot of people using these roads are local residents. And, if you don't slow down and get off the road when a car's coming towards you, one has to slow down and get off, the other one can remain on the bitumen. But if you're going to sit at your speed limit and get off and throw rocks over the other people, you're also damaging your own road. So that I want residents need to be aware of. A lot of the roadworks that we have to do is because the people who use the roads use them. They don't drive to the conditions of the road. So just letting people know that, they can extend the life of our roads by driving a little more cautiously and a little more considerably for oncoming traffic. It always amazes me that if I'm a single lane bitumen road, I slow right down, get off the road so I'm not putting gravel up, and the guy coming the other way, instead of using the bitumen, sits at 100 kilometres an hour, drops 2 wheels off the road and throws rocks all over me. I just don't know whether people understand if someone gets off, you don't have to get off. You can stay on the bitumen. That's why they've left the road for you. A little pet hate of mine.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So any further discussion, comments? So Councillor Erkins, that was your right of reply. I'll take that as. And so is everyone ready to vote? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Yep.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is questions on notice. So we don't have any information section. So we're moving into confidential section. So the reason why we would move into confidential is 17.1 award of tender number SBRC Q 25/26-61 Kingaroy Airport Master Plan, and item 17.2 application for concession assessment 10388-11400-000 11193-14300 000 and 11663-01 So that's the reason to go into confidential. Would someone like to move that we go into confidential? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Yep.
Against? Carried. So we'll move into confidential, and thank you for those who have been listening online and for those in the gallery and also the senior staff and councillors. Thank you.
Liam?
Awesome. So we've just got the feedback from the regional housing that So welcome back to the ordinary meeting. So I'll ask someone to move that we go out of confidential and into the general meeting. So Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Sander. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. So the first item is item 17.1 on page 4 of the confidential agenda, and that is the award of the tender for the Kingaroy Airport Master Plan. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council 1 engages PSA Infrastructure Proprietary Limited for the value of $105,840 excluding GST for the delivery of tender number SBRC Q25/26-61, and number 2 delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate and finalise the engagement contract. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now, item number 2 is application for concession. It's 17.2 on page 6 of the confidential agenda. Application for concession, assessment 10388, etc. And the officer's recommendation. So, do we want to move the officer's recommendation, or did you want to move something different? So I'll ask Councillor Erkins, who's got the light on. Thanks, Michael.
I'd like to move a motion that the council, the South Bank Regional Council, reject the application for a rate
Remission.
Would we be better saying same intent, but not a cede to, that's our sort of normal language, right? Not a cede to the request.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and that's as the recommendation, but it just instead of approved, change it to not accede to.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the that's the Councillor Erkins has moved that. Someone to second that. Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Did anyone want to speak to that? Do you want to talk? Councillor Potter, you wanted to say something. Sorry, Councillor Erkins has the right to open the debate.
While I understand that we are in a housing crisis, and I understand that this organisation is building, so far has built 3 properties in Kingaroy, I also understand that we want other people to be buying and building houses and units here in the South Burnett, and I just don't think that it's up to us to have our ratepayers subsidise housing in this way. I've actually probably not put that well, but...
So thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, look, I would have liked to have given them some sort of concession because, you know, they have come into our area and they have built housing for people in our area. So I would have liked to have given them a rates without the other ones, but we'll see how this goes.
So any other comments, discussion, anyone wanting to speak for or against? So I'll give Councillor Erkins her right of reply.
Yeah, I don't think I articulated that too well in my thing, but we do support this organisation. We have already given them the 3 blocks of land that they have built the houses on. So the units on, I think there's actually more than 3 units on the 3 blocks of land. So, you know, I believe that the South Bennett Regional Council have definitely supported this organisation. I appreciate they're a not-for-profit, but, you know, I think we have done enough, and I stand, you know, I'd like to see the motion supported by my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Okay, so having said that, Councillor Erkins, then we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? Councillor Potter. So that is carried 6 votes to 1. So with Councillor Potter not voting in favour of that one. So now we have another item just that we wanted to, on discussion, we want to revisit this item 12.1 and that the following resolutions, one about banks discriminating against our postcode, and also the other one about investigating the exponential increase in insurance premiums. Those 2 items be added to the to item 12.1 go to the ALGA conference. So would someone like to move those 2 items? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Sander. So I think CEO Mark is going to put the wording together, because we actually had, well, there was wording for the banks discriminating that actually went, I think, to the last ALGA conference. So we can probably get that old wording up. But the other one, I might get General Manager Aaron had some wording around the one about discriminating against, or the exponential increase in insurance premiums. Yeah, okay, you're happy with that? So CEO Mark, did you want to?
Just having a look, Mayor, what we put in.
Oh, we're just looking for the wording. So did anyone want to speak to those 2 being added? Councillor Sander?
I think it was last year, or it might have been even the year before, it was added about the postcodes, because developers and that in our region find it hard, or even your mum and dad residents they make it hard because of the postcode. There's a rule within the banking sector that prevents people, or you've got to have extra funds if you try to get loans in our region. So we're just trying to find out why that is and see if we can rectify it.
So I think that you have to have more money to deposit, and I think they actually charge more interest, like extra.
Some of them, they won't even, some of the banks won't even look at it. They'll look at the postcode and decline you on the postcode.
Yes. Yep. Councillor
A little similar and ties the 2 in is that Blackbutt had a different postcode. It was the same as another region that had a higher incident rate, and their insurance was a lot more, so they changed the postcode quite some years ago.
Councillor Little?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's correct. It's not a quick process, though, in changing the postcode. So we were aligned with Ipswich, and because that's where our mail came from. That was the distribution centre. And yeah, it took about 3 years for the postcode change to happen.
So in this one, we're not trying to change the postcode, we're just trying to change the banking outlook on those particular
Yeah, but my point was, it
rural
was purely
postcodes.
because of the postcode. The same house being insured would be much more in Blackbutt than it would be in Nananga or Yarra.
Yep. So, Councillor Hyde, do you need to see the wording, or can we just we can just because we've had the wording there before with that one, and the other one's just about the increase in insurance premiums. So it's been moved and seconded. So does anyone else want to speak to that particular motion? So, oh, you have got the wording?
I do know that on the banks, but that has been for a long, long time, that they have made it very difficult to borrow money. In the Nanango area specifically, I don't know about the Kingaroy area, but I know that it was on a number of banks as an area that they did not. You would have to have a higher deposit. They didn't charge higher interest, but most times it was refused because they didn't think it was a safe area. And yet I know that in Nanango, they very rarely have houses that are repossessed. So I really don't know why that was like it, but that was a thing. Maybe, you know, the value didn't hold, but that definitely is not the situation now, because values in the South Burnett are, you know, quite high compared to other areas. You know, it's a great area to invest in now because prices are, you know, comparable to coastal places.
Yes, that's exactly right. So it'd be interesting to talk to someone high up in the banking to see where that list comes from and why they do that.
Maybe we could get a broker or someone to come in to workshop with council and get some information from them, or maybe even the local. It's difficult now because gone are the times where your local bank manager made the decision. You know, they just don't make that decision. It's fed into a computer, and, you know, they no longer take into account somebody's personality and their ability to work hard and all that. If you don't come up with the points on the computer, you don't get it, which makes it extremely difficult for people moving into an area.
Absolutely. Councillor Sander?
I was talking to a guy and he works in the banking sector. I could probably get him to, because he informed me of why and everything that why we're discriminated against. As soon as you come out over the range out of Gympie, we're discriminated against. We're in a marking zone where it's unsafe for them to loan money to. So maybe I can get him to come to a workshop.
It would be good to have a workshop on it, because so then we can understand, particularly before we go to the conference, so we know exactly the reasons behind it, so we can potentially get that, whatever triggers it to get shape change. Councillor Sander?
I'll give you his info to CEO and Mark can sort it.
Thank you. So we've got that this National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to conduct a formal investigation into the sustained and significant increase in insurance costs and the factors contributing to those increases. The purpose of this request is to determine whether current pricing practices align with legal, regulatory and actuarial standards, and whether consumers are being treated fairly. And number two, the National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to address issues and conduct an inquiry into related to banking access and potential discrimination against regional and remote communities. That's very good.
See, I believe 2 years ago that we put something in similar to that about the banking and nothing's come of it.
Well, yes, we did. I'm sure we did. I don't know what happened with that. So that's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Sander. Did anyone want to speak to those motions, or are you happy to just accept them as is and we'll add them to item 12.1? Okay, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. And that concludes our meeting, and thank you everyone for your attendance, and look forward to another big year.